Kemarin tuh Hello and welcome everyone. I'm Anmay Rane, your host for today's webinar. My team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any questions or need any assistance, feel free to use the chat window. We are here to help. So the topic of today's webinar is DP600 Microsoft Fabric Analytics Engineer. Talking about our ATC community, that is Azure Tech community. This webinar is hosted by the ATC community, a hub for enthusiasts passionate about cloud technologies, AI, machine learning, IoT, open source development, and DevOps. So today's event is sponsored by Synergetics by Microsoft. Before we dive into today's session, let me take a moment to introduce Synergetics and Microsoft. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solutions provider in India, offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower businesses and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our core focus is on enabling digital transformations through innovative skilling programs, advisory services, and end to end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, and DevOps, Synergetics is committed to equip you with the right tools and right knowledge to succeed. So, this is the Synergetics learning solutions. As we can see, there are 12 solutions. First is persona based onboarding, second, onboarding add on, third, certification, fourth, certification add on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales pre-sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. So these are the learning solutions which are offered by Synergetics. If you want to know more about this skilling journey, please connect with us. This is the Microsoft certification skilling journey. So the journey begins with fundamentals certifications, then progresses to advanced role-based certifications, and finally to expert level certifications. We also run meetup communities, and this is the emerging tech community. And anyone who is eager to learn more about technological knowledge and they can join this community on Meetup. So we have multiple communities in Pune, Gujarat, Nagpur, Indore, and those who are interested to join this community, please log into Meetup app and gain your knowledge for free. And finally, introducing our speaker, Ms. Mansi Shane is an IoT, data analytics, and ML consultant and trainer associated with Synergetics. She is a very capable consultant, experienced in training and skilling, designing learning curriculums, and mentoring professionals in various organizations. A learning consultant, content developer, corporate trainer, moderator with multitude years of experience. Mansi has played many roles and provided skilling solutions for multiple organizations. And the agenda for today's webinar, today's certification is what is Microsoft Fabric, why Microsoft Fabric, One Lake and its features, components of Microsoft Fabric, overview of DP600 certificate. This is a 8 hours of learning plan, which includes one-day webinar, self-learning plan, mentoring, and exam prep sessions, and knowledge assessment. If you want to know more, please connect with us. And we are providing complimentary learning achievement badges for this session, which includes an overview of the module and which are related to this webinar. You can share these badges on your LinkedIn and Twitter profile. And also to get the badges activated, you just need to follow these certain steps and redeem your badges. Also, I'm sharing the learning achievement badges in the chat box, so you might refer to that. So this, so this is the code of conduct which you have to follow throughout the session, which will create a respectful environment for all the participants. Please note, all the participants are not allowed to take any screenshots of the presentation and cannot do screen recording. This is the Advantage India Skilling, an AI initiative by Microsoft aimed at providing and empowering the future with AI skills at scale. It highlights key focus areas such as data and AI, Office 365 Copilot, GitHub Copilot, prompt engineering, and security. The initiative emphasizes on the role of AI in skill development and digital transformation. Anyone who is interested to join this session, please connect with us. Anyone who wants to organize this exclusive sessions in your organizations or college, please do let us know as these sessions are absolutely for free. Also, do follow us on social media platforms to get relevant updates on the upcoming webinars, workshops, or certifications. Also, I will be sharing the link in the chat box. And finally, thank you for uh, this intro. I would like Miss Mansi Shane to take over the session.
Thank you so much, Anmay, for the introduction and a very good morning to everyone. So, as Anmay said, my name is Manasi Shahani, and I will be the conductor of this webinar for today, where we will be learning about a new service that Microsoft has launched. It's not very new, but it's been in the market for like 2 years, and there's a lot of awareness that has been provided. So we are going to understand what this certification is, what is it basically used for, what is the purpose behind this certification is what we are going to see in today's webinar. So we will not be able to complete, it's not a training, it's just an overview session where I will be highlighting or I will be talking about the DP 600 certification. What is it about? What does it talk about? What are the modules inside it? Okay, all those things we will be seeing in today's webinar. So we will not be able to go in depth of every module that is there. Normally, it's a 4-day training. And in those 4 days, you learn in and out about the fabric service. Okay, so here we will not be doing that. We will just be understanding a little bit of theory. So how the webinar is going to be conducted. In the first half, before the lunch break, I will be completing all the concepts that are required, okay, or related to this topic. We will understand some concepts which are important. And then after the lunch break, we will be focusing on um, the demo part where I will be implementing things practically, showing you, putting the theoretical concept to practical, okay, implementation. We will be doing that. So, like I said, naturally, we will not be able to complete everything, but whatever and wherever is possible, we will be doing that. So, now let's start with the topic for today. That is DP 600 certification. And also, one more thing, guys, since it's a weekend and I don't want to drag it unnecessarily, we will be trying and ending the session soon around 5 o'clock. We will try and end the session so that you all are free to go about anywhere. So that because it's a weekend, we all want to step out at times. So I will not be dragging the session beyond that. Okay. So in case, guys, if you have any questions related to the training and the badges that we will be sharing, please put it in the chat. Anmay is there, Shobh is there. We will be helping you with the non-technical questions. So if you want a recording also of this session, you will have to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Okay, the links Anmay has already pasted in the chat. So just go ahead and subscribe. It is absolutely free and you can listen to the recording on our YouTube channel. So in case you have any non-technical questions, please feel free to put it in the chat. My team will help you with it. And if you have any technical questions, please also put it in the chat and I will address those questions whenever I see them. So I'll definitely try and answer them immediately wherever possible, either while I'm talking or in the chat. So please, for technical questions, you all can let me know immediately in the chat. So now let's go ahead and understand the DP 600 certification that we are here to understand. So what is DP 600? What is the name of this certification? Okay, let's just see what kind of modules it covers. So let me just give you an overview very quickly of the certification. So DP600 is the name of the certification is Microsoft Certified Fabric Analytics Engineer Associate. Okay, it is a associate level certification that Microsoft has launched, I think last year in January, they made it available. Okay, they have used this, they have opened this certification for everyone. Okay, last year. So this particular certification, as the name says, talks about a product of Microsoft, which is the Fabric product. Okay, it is called as the Microsoft Fabric service. So it basically revolves around, it tests you, you're examined, okay, on this particular service of Microsoft. Now, what is Microsoft Fabric? Why Microsoft Fabric? Okay, why such a tool was introduced by Microsoft, so that it's not completely different. I'll talk about the difference between DP600 and 700. Okay, the difference mainly lies in the name of the certification. DP600 is more in terms of an analyst perspective. If you are looking for using the Fabric service and you're an analyst, so this particular certification is doing that. But DP700, the name is Microsoft. Okay, this is the name. So as you can see the name, it is for data engineering on the Fabric service. So DP600 is more towards analysis, whereas DP700 is more towards the data engineering part. So how to use the Fabric service to perform data engineering? Because we all know there are two roles. There are many roles in data, right? We have a variety of roles. We have a data engineer. We have a data analyst. We have a data scientists who are, who work as a team, collaborate, work on data, and give you an analytical solution so that we can analyze our data, boost the sales of our organization, boost the revenue, okay, work on the marketing strategies that are there. So we need analysis. We are just collecting data and we are just keeping it, which is of no point. We need to take some good decisions out of that so that it benefits our organization. And in order to do that, we need to do analysis. Correct? So over here, if now roles in data work together and they give you that analytical solution, build an end-to-end analytical solution. Okay. So at times we will also see that there are different tools that these data professionals use while developing an end-to-end analytical solution. Okay. So this is the main difference between the DP600 and the 700 certification. It is in terms of what are you looking for, whether you want to be a data engineer and use Fabric or you want to do data analysis and use Fabric, it will test you on that. So now coming to the certification or coming to the topic, that is what is exactly Microsoft Fabric? Why do we need Microsoft Fabric? What is the purpose? Because in the market, there are so many tools that help us perform analysis, right? We have so many services, not just on Microsoft, but on other cloud platforms like AWS, GCP. We have so many services, right, that help us achieve that data analysis. Then how is Microsoft Fabric different from them? Or why such a service was introduced, or Microsoft felt the need of such a service? Okay. So if we understand the why, we understand the factor, the why factor, we will understand the what exactly that service is doing, or what is the definition of that service is what we will understand. Okay. So over here, let's understand the why. Why Microsoft Fabric? What is the need of Microsoft Fabric? Okay. And then we will be able to understand what is exactly Microsoft Fabric. So we all know that nowadays or today, any organization or any enterprise that is there, they need data. Anyone. Like nowadays, we can see that there are so many people getting onto the social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, okay, or YouTube, okay. There are so many people who are getting on and they are generating or putting out data, correct? We have in the organization also, we have the sales data that is coming in, marketing trends, stock prices keep on changing, right? Economic growth is changing, weather is changing, temperatures are rising, right? There is a lot of data that is changing, lot of data that is getting generated. So we all know nowadays no industry operates without a without data. You need data to back you. You need data, and it has become very critical. It has become the oil of today because every industry out there, whether it's healthcare, it is manufacturing, it is the weather industry, it is retail industry, all of them require data. And without data, right, no organization, how are you going to improve your sales? How are you going to work on the marketing strategies if you don't have data to back it? And not just collecting data or generating data, you need to analyze the data, right? And now with generative AI, Gen AI as we call it, right? With OpenAI, with Copilot, with all Gemini, Bard, etc., all those generating tools that are there, generating AI tools, we can see that data is again getting generated. So you can see the amount of data that is getting generated is so vast. So of course, the analysis that we are going to do is also going to be very vast, correct? So for that, we need tools to manage the data. So can you like very quickly in the chat tell me what are the different sources from where sources of data from where data gets generated? Can you let me know very quickly in the chat what are the different sources from where data gets generated? Yes, guys, very quickly in the chat, let me know what according to you all are the sources of data. Where does data actually come in from? Okay, data warehouses. Any other source? Absolutely correct. On point answers, guys. Exact. Absolutely correct. So we have so many sources. Absolutely right. So many sources from where data is generated, right? You have your databases, you have data warehouses from where data is generated or stored. We can also call it as, I mean, data is stored. You have your IoT devices. You have your uh, social media platform, correct? You have your ERP, CRM systems. You have your SharePoint. You have websites, applications, so many sources from where data is generated. Another very important source is the data lake, okay, from where the data is generated, right? You have the data coming in from databases that is SQL, NoSQL, data warehouses. You have websites, okay, from where data is generated, correct? So many sources from where data is coming in, right? And this data that is coming in or gets stored is not of one type, right? Data has different types of data. So let me know very quickly what are the different types of data, because in a database, in a data warehouse, or when we talk about data lake, or we talk about file systems, or we talk about IoT, we know that the data is not of the same type. It is different, right? So there are so many types of data that get generated. Right? There are so many types. So can you list the types of data that is generated? Yes, absolutely correct. We have the structured, we have the unstructured. So we have the structured data type, we have the semi-structured. We have the semi-structured, unstructured data type. So whenever you are load, or because when you talk about social media, right, or Instagram, Facebook, or even LinkedIn for that matter, any social media platform, you're posting images, you're posting videos, you're posting audio notes or everything. So that is also one type of data, which is your structured data. Correct? So over here, the type of the data that is coming in is different. Databases generally manage structured data. You have a schema. Structured meaning what? There is a fixed schema to the table, to that data. We know what that data looks like. There is a structure to it. Then we have semi-structured, example, JSON, XML, NoSQL databases, right? The document, MongoDB, Cassandra, which has a column way of storing the data, your key value pair. Okay, all those things are nothing but semi-structured because there's a structure, but it's flexible, right? It's a flexible structure. So that is what is the semi-structured data. And then you have unstructured data like your blogs, where it has no structure, audio, video, images, right? So the type of the data from these sources is different, correct? It is that is getting generated or stored is different. And not just that, when you are working with these type of the data, the format of the data also is different. So in a database, it is structured, but the format it follows is a table, right? It has a tabular way of storing that structured data. Or even for that matter, structured data, you can also store it as a file, right? You have your CSV file, which is structured data, that is comma separated value, correct? You have that. You have the semi-structured JSON format of the file, unstructured again file. It could be in NoSQL databases. So you can see not just the type, but the format in which the data is saved is also different. It is generated is different. You could generate in any format that you want, right? And not just that. Now, when you are processing the data also, right? When you process the data, we know that the processing can be done in two ways. Okay, process the data in two ways. So here, when you work on files, you are generally storing the data and then you are doing the analysis, right? You're collecting a certain batch of the data and then you are processing or analyzing the data, right? So here, okay, when you are processing, you can do it again in two ways. Either you collect the data and you keep it and collect a certain amount of batch, and then you analyze the data, or you can immediately, because there are certain scenarios where data needs to be immediately processed, right? Data needs to be analyzed immediately there and there. It needs to do the processing. So if it has to do that, right, it has to, the processing becomes different, the analysis of the data becomes different. So for that, again, data is processed in two ways. There are two ways in which you do it. That is the batch and the stream processing. So batch meaning you collect a certain amount of data and then you process it all together. Whereas stream, or we call it a streaming process. Okay, streaming data because data is coming in and you want to immediately process it. like the weather information, whether an earthquake is going to happen or not, whether what is the stock prices, what are they changing, because you can't collect them in batches and then later process the data. What if there is a alert for an earthquake, right? Or there is an alert for a weather, weather storm or some natural calamity that is going to happen. So you can't collect the data and then you realize, oh, okay, there was a storm that was going to come. After looking at the data, after collecting that batch of the data that is there. So over here, okay, if you have to process the data, either you like your credit card, uh, when you have to pay for the credit card, we know you don't, it is not done immediately. The billing is done after a month, right? So here also, certain data, now data can be processed either as a batch or as a stream. So here you can see that data itself is so different. Okay, the type of the data is different, the format of the data that is there is different, right? And the processing that you do on the data is also different, right? It is different. So over here, now, like I told you, if I have to work with the data, I have to do the analysis. We have so many tools to help us do that. In the market, not just one cloud, there are multiple cloud platforms that help us achieve that task, right? So over here, in order to understand those services, what I'm going to do is we are going to stick to a single cloud platform because we are talking about Microsoft Fabric. So here we are going to stick to a single cloud platform, which is Azure. So we will list down certain services that people were already using. It's not that before Fabric came in, people were not developing analytical solutions. No, people were developing, but what was the challenge? Then why Microsoft Fabric? And once you understand that why, you will understand the what of the service. Okay. So here data, we know it's so different, it's so vast, there is so much diversity in the data itself, right? So we need tools to do that, to manage the data, correct? So in terms of the cloud platform, okay, that is the Azure cloud platform. When we talk about storage on the Azure cloud platform, you have so many services to help you do that. So when we talk about the file system, if I want to store the data on cloud, okay, you have the Azure block storage, you have the Azure data lake Gen 2 storage, right? That helps you save the data as a file format. Okay, as your blob storage, as your data lake Gen 2 storage account, you can create, you can load any type of file, any type of data actually, whether it's a structured, unstructured, whatever it is, you can store the data in the storage. Okay. Then if you have to work with tables, so Venkat, if you want to, yeah, so my team will do that. My team will help you with the YouTube link. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Coming back to this. So if you have to work with tables, so tables we all know we can store, or if you want to work with structured or semi-structured data. So and in the form of table, okay, you can use the Azure SQL database for database sort of a storage. You can use the Azure Synapse service, sorry, Synapse Analytics, the former name of this service was Azure SQL Data Warehouse. So if you want to work with a data warehouse, you could use the Azure Synapse Analytics. Then if you want to work with semi-structured or unstructured data, you have the Azure Cosmos DB account that you could use and you can work with them. Okay, you can store the data. Naturally, you have SharePoint also, you have other storages on the Microsoft platform, okay, in order to store the data and work with the data. So in terms of storage also, if you see, when we talk about it, you have different storages for different types of data, right? Whether it's a structured data, you'll go for the databases or the data warehouses. But if you have files, okay, you would generally go for the blob storage or the data lake. Okay, or you could, if you have no SQL data to manage, then you can go with the Azure Cosmos DB storage. So now this is in terms of the storage. Now, if we all know that the data that we get, that we extract from the sources and we store in these storages, okay, they are generally raw in nature, right? They are raw. They need to be worked upon, and that is where the job of a data engineer comes into picture, wherein they have to clean, transform the data because it's not ready. You can't use that data and you can analyze it, right? It needs to be cleaned and transformed. So if I have to clean and transform the data, we need to perform ETL or ELT. Guys, I hope everyone is aware about what is ETL, what is ELT. Please very quickly let me know in the chat with a yes, no, or you can let me know the full form of what is ETL, ELT. Okay, so ETL, as the name says, extract, transform, load, and ELT, which means extract, load, and transform. So these are nothing but data pipelines that you create, which talk about how the data flows. How should the data flow? Okay, how to extract, what are the sources? So you extract the data from the sources and either you transform it first, clean it, and then load it at another storage, okay, load it into another storage, or you can load it, or you can first transform it, sorry, or you either load it and then at the destination you transform the data. So this process of data movement, data ingestion, of cleaning, transforming, performing, I mean creating ETL or ELT pipelines is generally done by the data engineer. So data engineer looks at this. So data engineer will require tools in order to perform these tasks. So on the Azure cloud itself, there are so many tools that he can use in order to perform ETL or ELT. So the first tool, which is very popular, is the Data Factory tool, which has two components, which is called as the pipeline and the data flows that help you perform ETL or ELT. You decide how you want to move or ingest the data, extract the data, okay, from the different sources that is there. Then you can also make use of another service, that is the Databricks service, which has an interface of the notebooks, okay, which is like a notebook it uses, and you can perform ETL using the Databricks or ELT, however you want to do it, you can do that. So you can use the Databricks service. So Data Factory is more like a low code, no code approach. This is like a low code no code approach, wherein you are wherein you if people who are from the non-technical background, they want to clean transform the data, they can still do that by dragging. So it's like a drag and drop kind of a option you get. So you drag the components and you kind of create a pipeline as to how the data will flow, will be loaded at a destination, so that it can later now be picked up by either a data analyst or a data scientist. So this job to perform ETL, ELT, clean the data is done by the data engineer. And then later the data analyst or the data scientist will pick that data and create reports or dashboards or perform predictive analytics. That means train or deploy a AI model. Correct? So another tool that the data engineer can use is the Azure Synapse Analytics service. So the analytics service has the pipelines and it also has the notebook for you to use on that platform. Okay. So Now, once the data has been cleaned, transformed, so you can see you have so many services on the single platform itself. So at times what happens is that you have to make use of a lot of them together, probably data factory, data bricks together, or data factory with Synapse, or the block storage you have to integrate with, because it's a source. Ultimately, it's a source from where data is coming in, right? So you can use the data factory or the Synapse service, and you can extract the data from these sources. So generally, we call it as a data architecture that gets created. And this is how it looks like. Let me just open that diagram. So at times we call it as a data estate architecture. So here you can see you have so many sources from where data comes in. You have to extract. So you will either use the Synapse or the data factory service. If it's a batch data is coming in from a database, or it is coming in from a Cosmos DB account, or if it's or the data lake or the data factory. Okay, so you can see that you can make use of the pipelines if it's a batch processing that you have to do. The data is already stored in some file or databases. But let's say if data is coming in from real-time sources, so for that you require different service to extract the data and perform or do the processing. So if it's a real-time analysis, real-time source, then you would need another tool to perform that, which is your Azure IoT Hub, or you could use the Azure Event Hub. Okay, you could use the Azure Event Hub. So this is what you can do when you are working with a real-time source. You can extract the data from these sources and you can ingest it. Okay, so if it's a real-time source, you will need another tool to do it. If it's a batch, you can see you have so many tools, and it's on the same cloud platform. Okay, it's on the Azure platform that you get to use these tools. Now, once you have extracted the data, either you do a ETL or ELT, that is up to the data engineer, right? Now you might need to, what we say, you might need to visualize it, right? You might have to visualize the data or perform data analysis on top of your data, right? So here you can see, or analyze the data. You might want to analyze the data. Yes, streaming source, meaning streaming source only. So you might want to analyze the data, explore the data further. So the ETL, the data engineer, has loaded the data. Now you want to further analyze it. So if you have to further analyze it, or let's say even if you want to visualize, so if you want to perform analysis or you want to do data visualization, create reports, create dashboards, okay, you can do that. You can do that on the same cloud platform, again, using different services. So you can use the Azure Databricks service to do data analysis. Yes, you can create visuals on the Databricks service. Okay. Then you can also use the Power BI tool to do it. Okay, you can make use of Power BI and you can analyze the data that is getting stored. Create visuals, because we all know that if we visualize the data, it is much more better, much more efficient for understanding and taking good decisions, right? Taking data-driven decisions. And if you have it in the form of a pie chart or some visual, we know we can interpret the data in a much better way instead of seeing tables full of numbers. If we have it represented in this format, we know we get better results, correct? So for analysis, for creating reports, I would say, or data visualization, actually, you can use the Azure Databricks, or you could use the Power BI. Okay. If you want to perform machine learning, you want to train or deploy an AI model. So for real-time analysis, if you want to write queries or you want to do real-time analysis on the streaming data that you are getting, so there is another tool that is present on the Azure cloud, which is called as the Azure Stream Analytics, okay, which will help you analyze the real-time data. You can query the data, okay, by writing some SQL commands on top of it, like SQL, not exactly similar to SQL, but you can use SQL commands and you can query the data that is coming in real time. Okay, you can query them using the Stream Analytics service. And then once you query them, you can just load it into a destination, create a visual out of it using Power BI. Okay. And you can visualize and change, you can see the change in the data that is happening. So for that, you can use the Azure Stream Analytics service. If you want to train and deploy an AI model, so for that also you have so many tools and services on the same cloud platform. You have the Azure ML Studio, you have the Azure AI Foundry. Now, this is a new name that they have given. Earlier, it was called Azure AI Services, but now they have changed the name and they have started calling it Azure AI Foundry. Okay, you can use that. You can use Copilot. You can use Azure OpenAI services to train and deploy. It depends on what model, what kind of predictive analysis you want to do. You can definitely do that, train or deploy a model. So this is in terms of the analysis that you want to perform, right? Or in terms of data engineering or data science or anything. Now here, you're loading the data, you're managing the data, right? Data is being used up. It's something that is personal to someone, right? It is very critical. It is a private information that we are sharing, whether it's for an enterprise or at an individual level. It is personal to everyone, right? So over here, we need to, of course, secure the data. We need to protect it, right? So if I have to perform, or let's say I don't want people, all the people to access that data, we need certain security on top of it. So if I want to perform identity, access, and security, if I have to apply, for that also we have so many tools. There's no there's no common tool that I can use. It's up to you. You can use whichever tool you want. So you can use for authentication, you can use the multi-factor authorization, that is the MFA. You can use for for authorization, you can use the RBAC approach, that is the role-based access control. For every service, you create right roles and you give permissions, you give access to them, right? You can also use the Azure Key Vault to save your credentials, passwords, certificates, etc. You can use the Azure Key Vault. You can use a lot of services. You can apply policies. You can, if you want to do data governance, see whether you are adhering to to the regulations as per the industry or not. So you can definitely organize your data, see how the data flows, right, in your analytical solution. If you want to do that, okay, you can definitely apply or you can definitely monitor that. Okay, you can definitely put it into classify the data in a logical manner. So for that, you can use the Microsoft Purview service. You can use Azure Policy in order to apply the data governance on top of the data, see whether those policies have been applied or not. For example, like you don't want to deploy your analytical solution in the Japan region. Okay, it's too expensive. You can't go there. Okay, or you don't have any customers there or users over there. So why unnecessarily create a service, deploy a service? Just make it accessible to the people who are going to use or closer regions, right? So if you have to take those decisions, you can apply as your policy, you can manage that data in the Purview app. So here you can see that if I have to perform or I have to create an end-to-end analytical solution, wherein we will require more than one service, we need to integrate these services together. It's not that one service is going to help us do it, right? It's not, yes, Synapse will help you do a lot of things. That is like if I have to genuinely put it across, then Fabric is something that is built on top of Synapse. So whatever concepts of Synapse were there, okay, if you have ever worked on the Synapse service, exactly same thing, but there is a difference naturally between the two of them. Of course, then that is why Fabric is coming. But if you've ever worked on Synapse, then you'll realize, okay, it is a little similar to that. Very much, I wouldn't say same, but similar. Okay. So over here, now all these services that we saw, they are on the same cloud platform, correct? And if I have to develop an end-to-end analytical solution, you can see that we have to, yeah, even in the streaming or real-time analysis, if we talk about, we have another service which is called as the Azure Data Explorer that helps us perform real-time analysis on the real-time source. I mean, data is coming in as streaming data. So it helps us understand or explore that data, do the analysis. So that service also can be used over here. But now, when we talk about um, all these services, yes, I told you they are on the same cloud platform, right? They help you analyze the data, help you monitor. So if you have to monitor also on these on the Azure cloud platform, if you want to monitor these services, you have the Azure monitor tool, right? That can help you monitor the individually these services. So again, another service is incorporated that needs to be managed. So if I have to monitor them, I have to individually monitor using the Azure monitor service. Now, all these services, though they are on the same cloud platform, everywhere I use the Azure cloud, right? But these services, they are all these services are platform as a service. Okay, they are all PaaS in nature. They are all platform as a service. Now, what does that mean? We all know what is platform as a service, right? Wherein we have to get the platform ready. The platform needs to be created, needs to be ready so that these services can be used in your application, right? So over here, though they are on the same cloud platform, they are platform as a service, meaning I have to set them up independently. I need to get them in order to use them. I need to get them ready, right? So over here, now because they are platform as a service, they pose a great challenge to your analytical solution. The very first challenge that you face because of the nature of these services. Okay, there are certain challenges that are faced when you have to, like I told you, that people were developing analytical solutions. It's not that because Fabric was not there. Okay, people were not doing it. They were doing it. They were using these services. They are using these services still, and they are developing an end-to-end data estate. How the data is going to be architected, data is going to move. They were doing all of that. But why Fabric then? If these services are there, okay, the answer actually lies in them being platform as a service. All these services, yes, they are on the same cloud platform, but because you have to independently set them, there are certain challenges that a data professional faces when they have to use these services. So the very first challenge that they face is, and which is the most important challenge, is the integration challenge. Now, what do I mean by this? Like here, if you see, when your data is getting extracted, you're processing it, analyzing it, cleaning it, transforming it, and then doing further analysis, either predictive or descriptive or diagnostics or etc. Whatever analysis you are doing, you can see that over here, lots of services are being used. That means I have to integrate these services with one another. I will have to integrate them together. So at times what happens? Integration becomes a challenge because they are platform as a service. Okay. They, if I have to integrate or put them, use them with one another, they become a challenge. First of all, the challenge is I have to get them ready. The platform, I have to get it ready. Second is now if I have to use them together, integrate them with one another, the data has to be extracted from the sources. So for that, I will be using the data factory or the pipelines of the Synapse service. Once that is done, or if it's a real-time source, use a different service. That is, set up another Azure IoT hub or event hub and extract the data, right? Then if I have to, now once I do that, I have to clean, transform it, or load it at some destination at another storage. It could be another, it could be a data lake, it could be a blob storage, anything. So I have to load it again, or I have to process it, I have to clean it, transform it. So what do I need to do? I need to use another tool, probably a Databricks service, or I need to use Synapse, or I need to use Data Factory in order to do that. Once that is done, we need to, now if it's a real-time source, again, two different services to use and analyze the data, process the data. Once that is done, the visualization, the uh, predictive analysis, train or deploy a machine learning model. Again, different services. So here you can see, if I have to integrate them, the first thing is I have to set them up. I have to get the platform ready. And because of that, then I have to go ahead and integrate the services with one another, which becomes a challenge. Once you do the integration, okay, you do that, not a problem. That is completely okay. But what if you have to do the data governance? How is the data flowing? Again, you have to perform data governance. Again, a different tool for that, just to organize the data, see how the data is flowing, from what is the source, what this data is for the marketing team, or is it the sales team data, categorize them, classify them. It becomes a challenge. It does take a lot of time for it. And depending on the service, like for data, if it's files, you're using blob storages or data lake, but if it's tables, you're using databases. If it's a streaming data, you're using IoT hub. And then they're processing again different tools to do that. So here it becomes a challenge. Integration becomes a challenge. Now, when you are setting or when you're working with these services, okay, and if you, okay, when you're working with these services, and if you are using them, okay, so sorry, we are not giving any subscription. This is a webinar, so we will not be doing any demos also. I mean, you will not be doing any demos. It's just a webinar, so we are just going to see. Okay, we will not even get time to complete all the topics. Like I said, only important ones we are going to cover. So the first half, before the lunch break, I will be covering all the theoretical concepts, and in the second half, we will be moving on to the practical implementation. So we will not be seeing things in depth also. So just an overview of every module I'm going to give you all over here. So, so there are no demos that you will be doing. No subscription is being given over here in order to perform the demos. So the first challenge is you have to integrate all of them because they're platform oriented. So every service has its own platform. So if I have to use them with one another, trust me, guys, integration does become a challenge. It is very, very problematic, very, very challenging. People do face, I mean, majority of the time they spend in integrating, setting up the service is not that easy. I mean, it's not that difficult. I'm sorry. But integrating with one another because they are platform independent, it poses a challenge. It is very, very challenging. Okay. So here, the very first challenge that Microsoft identified that when they are using these services is, of course, their platform as a service, because of which integration is becoming a challenge. Now, when you work with these services, okay, when you work with a data factory, for example, or Databricks or Synapse for that matter, depending on what now, depending, because they are platform as a service, okay, whenever you work, now in Data Factory, you're working with pipelines, with Databricks, you're working, the interface is of a notebook, right? So over here, whatever work you are doing in these services, they get stored, they're stored in a container, at some location they are stored, and they are called as a work. It is called as a workspace. Okay, so when you work with Data Factory, a workspace gets created where you have all your pipelines, all the data flows that you create. You get stored in that workspace. So you create that service. With that service, you get a workspace where all of these are uploaded. Okay, the work that you do in the Data Factory stays where in the workspace dedicated for the Data Factory service. Similarly, when you work with, no, not like semantic model. It's not at all like semantic model. I wouldn't call it as a semantic model. Semantic model is completely different. Okay, it has nothing to do with the workspace. So workspace is a I mean, it's a very different concept. We will see. We will discuss that also. But when you work on these services, when you work on Data Factory, or actually I'll just create one and I'll show you. Let me just log into my Azure portal. So when we create a Data Factory service, so here we need to, first of all, like I said, we need to set up the service, right? So here I will use a resource group and I will be giving a name. So I can just call this as, and just click on review plus create. Create. So the service has been created. Let's go to the resource. That is the Data Factory service that we have created. And if I click on the Launch Studio, so here when you work on the Data Factory service, you are basically creating. So here, if you see, when you are creating these services, you have to create a workspace wherein all the work that you do on the Data Factory service or on the Databricks service, okay, or Synapse also for that matter, they only get stored in that workspace, the work that you do. But now, what is a workspace? A workspace is where you are actually working, the space that you have dedicated for working. So over here, that space is nothing but your workspace. Like now also when I am conducting the trainings, I have a dedicated space for keeping my laptop and all the things that I require for the training. right? So same thing when you go to the office, you have a desk, right? Where you work, where you keep your laptop, your things that you require for the for your work, right? You keep those things over there. So here also, when you are working on a specific service or you're using a specific service in your analytical solution, you are so whichever service you are using, like data factory, pipelines that you create, they will only be stored where? In this workspace. Okay. Now, if you go ahead and create a Databricks service or you create a Synapse service. So if you go and see when you go to create also, okay, and if you create, if you see here, it is again asking you for a name, for a workspace name, where all your data, okay, where all your data will be saved. Okay, all the work that you do. So every time you create a service and you work on that service, the work that you are doing is only going to be stored in that workspace. That is why integration also becomes a challenge because there is no common ground for all your data to be managed, right? There's no common ground for the data that you have, which is getting managed in a single location. Databricks, if you're working on Databricks notebooks, okay, it will only be available where in the Databricks workspace. If you're working on pipelines, if you're working on the data factory service, okay, you will be creating a lot of pipelines, but where will they be saved? They will be saved only in the data factory workspace. So whenever you do the work on whichever service, because they are platform independent, their platform as a service, the work that you do in them will only be restricted to that workspace. It will not go beyond that service. So because of that, now whenever you use any others, like you use or integrate many services together, so naturally you will have so many workspaces created just for that service. Now just imagine if you have to troubleshoot all those like pipelines. Why did the pipelines fail? Or why did the notebook fail? That means you will have to go to that workspace and analyze why that pipeline failed. Monitor that pipeline. What was the reason it didn't fail? If you're using data factory and you're integrating things and you see, okay, the data factory didn't work itself, right? Then it will be a problem, right? For you. Integration would be difficult because there's no common ground where your work is also being stored. Multiple workspaces get created. Now, here, let me just do one thing. Let me just very quickly create a Synapse service. Yeah, you can save it in the common resource group. It is fine. Just but integration will be a different. It will be difficult still. Okay, it will still be difficult to manage to integrate them with one another. So here I'm just creating a Synapse service. Just going to click on Review plus Create. Just going to click on the Create button and I'm going to create this service. So the other challenge that we saw, let's till the time the service is getting created, we saw that there were a lot of, I mean, you have to create different workspaces for different services that are there. The work that you do, pipelines, notebooks, or etc., they only get saved in that workspace. The scope remains still there, right? That is why integration becomes very difficult then, right? Because platforms are independent. It starts very, I mean, the main problem starts from there only. So integration is a challenge, then workspaces, there's no common ground for the work you do. Every work or whatever work you do is restricted to the workspace of that service. The third challenge that is there is the compute that you need when you work with these services. So, okay, you integrated the services, you have the workspaces created, no problem. You are going to monitor them independently, etc. All of that you do. But when you are working with, let's say, you're creating a pipeline or you're creating a notebook, okay? You are writing some code or you're creating some pipeline or even Power BI when you're creating reports or dashboards, right? You're giving some input and you expect some output, right? You want some output to come, right? Who's going to do that for you? Who's going to display the report? Who's going to display the what we say? Who's going to display the or implement the pipeline or implement the notebook? Somebody you are performing some activity and you expect some output, correct? So who is going to do that for you? Yeah, it's going to fail. Just realize this. Till the time this is getting created. So over here, you have to see the output. You have to see the report. The reports have to be displayed. The visuals that are there. The pipeline should be executed. The notebook has to be implemented. So who's going to do that for you? You need certain physical resources. So for that, you need compute. Now, compute, when we talk about in these services, it is different for every service. Let's say you're integrating Data Factory, Databricks together, or you're using Synapse also in on the Synapse platform itself, okay, on the Synapse service itself, depending on what kind of analysis you are doing, whether you're using SQL to perform the analysis, okay, you're using SQL to perform the analysis, writing SQL commands, and you are analyzing the data, questioning the data, or you're using one of the APIs like Python. I mean, even SQL is an API, but like a programming language like Python, Scala, Java, or R. So depending on what kind of analysis are you doing, is it SQL, is it big data, okay, or you're doing real-time analysis, you require a different compute. You will require a different compute. So once the Synapse service gets created, on Synapse itself, when you are working, okay, there are four types of pool that are offered to you. Pool meaning compute only. It's just another name, compute, cluster, pool. They're all the same. Just think about them as physical resources. Now, what do I mean by physical resources? You need memory to store the data. You need engine to process the data like processors, like how your machine operates, laptop or your desktops. You require a CPU, you require memory to store a disk or a RAM, right? To store, I mean, disk for storing the data, RAM to process the data and etc. So over here also on the cloud, you are, it's nothing but machines only. So you will require those physical resources. So you create a pool or a cluster of network of computers. So what is a cluster? A cluster is nothing but a network of computers you have which help you process the data faster or analyze the data faster. So when you are working on these cloud platforms, even in Databricks for that matter, okay, depending on what kind of analysis you are doing, whether you're doing a SQL analysis or a big data analysis or real-time analysis, you need to create a compute specifically for that. So let's say I'm doing SQL analysis using the Synapse service. There are two pools that are there that help me perform the SQL analysis. One is the serverless SQL pool, which is the default pool it gets created. So once this service is created, I will show it to you. The second pool that I can use in order to perform SQL analysis is called as the dedicated SQL pool. So this is where you use, or this is when we talk about data warehousing. This is what it helps you do that. Okay. So here you will require a dedicated pool to perform data warehousing. This is for we say ad hoc querying if you want to do. Okay. So like if you have data that is stored in files in a data lake, basically. Okay. And you want to query the data in the, whether it's a CSV file or a parquet file or a JSON file, and you want to query them, you want to write SQL commands. So for that, you can use this pool. That is the serverless SQL pool. So again, it's a SQL analysis only that you are performing, right? You want to do data warehousing, you have the dedicated SQL pool. You want to do big data analysis. So there is a different pool for it, which is called as the Apache Spark pool, which will help you perform big data analysis. Use PySpark or Scala or R. Even SQL you can use here. Work with Delta Lake. If you want to work with Delta Lake, you can use the Apache Spark pool over here. Okay. Now, if you want to do real-time analysis, there's another pool that you can create, which is called as the Data Explorer pool, where you can perform real-time analysis. Okay. So over here, the service is ready. If I go to that service, you can see I'll open the studio. You can see a different workspace. So here you can see. Now if I go to the Manage tab, can you see here you have three pools that are there. So serverless, I told you it's something that comes by default. So when you create this service, this gets created. It is automatically created. I have not created this. This is a built-in pool. But if you want to do data warehousing, then you would need to create your own dedicated pool. Okay, you have to create this pool, and using this, you can do the SQL or data warehousing. Okay, you can also create Apache Spark pools for big data analysis. So if you want the Spark engine, you want to make use of the Spark engine, you can use the Apache Spark pool, create a Spark engine and use it for doing big data analysis. If you want to perform real-time analysis, you can see here, you have different pools that you need to create, right? So if you see here, depending upon what workload, depending on what analysis you are doing, you need that pool. And without that, you will not be able to create or, I mean, see the output. So if you go ahead and create a notebook also over here, so if you see here, when you go to create the notebook, okay, now you have written the code, everything. But if you see without that, you will not, if you don't have a pool attached to the notebook, there's no compute, there's no physical resource. I mean, when you work on Word or PowerPoint also in your laptops or desktops, somebody has to implement that, help you type it, save it somewhere. So you require that physical resource. You use the compute power of your machine itself. So here also, if you have to implement this particular notebook and you don't have a physical resource, so naturally you're not going to see the output, right? So over here, before you do any analysis, you require a compute. So this is a challenge that depending on what kind of analysis you are performing, you require that particular compute. And here, depending on that analysis, different computes are there. So again, spend time in creating those computes, managing those computes, right? And all these services when you create, because they are platform oriented, platform in nature, so and they work independently. So the cost also of all these services is different. There is no cost. I mean, there's no I mean, it's not that the cost is kind of unified or there's some unification for which the cost is there. Every service has a different cost. So if I have to do only cost management also, there is another tool to monitor the cost, which is called as the Azure Cost Management, wherein you will have to monitor the cost, see how much it's each service is, you know. No, there's no difference. The costing will be different when we talk about. So the purpose of a SQL pool and the purpose of a Spark pool is also different. Okay. If you want to do SQL analysis, write SQL commands, then it is worthwhile you creating a SQL pool directly, which is efficient to perform, understand SQL queries better compared to the Spark pool. On Spark also you can do SQL analysis, no doubt, but it is not as efficient for SQL analysis. Now just imagine if you have to write a Python code on the SQL pool. Will that work? No, you don't have that option only. So whatever is your workload, whatever work you are doing, what kind of analysis you are doing, depending on that, you will have to create the pool. Okay, so here there's no performance difference or anything. Okay, it doesn't matter because the performance or whatever you're performing is different altogether. The purpose is different altogether. So naturally, the performance is going to be different, right? So over here, now when you create the compute, when you create these services, the cost is a very big factor. You have to manage the cost. The cost needs to be managed, right? So over here, so if you want to manage the cost, either you use the cost management tool. Another tool that you can use is the pricing calculator. So before you deploy the service, you can use the pricing calculator and you can see, you can get a rough estimate as to how much that particular service is going to cost you. So if you go online and search for Azure pricing calculator, you will get it. And you can, before you go ahead and deploy that service, you will get a rough estimate of that cost. So yeah, you have to perform this because every service is different. Every service cost is different. Okay, Synapse is doing much. I mean, is having a lot of more services compared to Databricks to compared to Data Factory. Also, Databricks is not something that is a proprietary Microsoft service, whereas Synapse, Data Factory, these are some services or products that Microsoft has developed. Correct. So over here, Databricks, the costing will be a little higher because it's another third-party source, and Microsoft has just collaborated with them. So for that, the costing will be different because it's a third party. So whatever their understanding SLA is, service level agreement, based on that, the costing will be done. So that is a challenge, right? So costing, there's no, I mean, every service has their own cost, will be charged or billed according to the utilization, also consumption. Which service, how much are you consuming? How much data are you outgoing? That is the egress data, because ingress, that is the incoming data, is not billed, it's not charged, but the outbound data, the outgoing data or the egress data as we call it, is billed. You are charged for it, right? So all those factors do play a very, very important role. Okay, so cost is very crucial. There's no common ground, again, like I said, for the cost. So it becomes a challenge. The next challenge, because they are platform in nature, again, we have discussed this, is how do we manage the identity, access, and the security? How do you manage this? We don't know because there's no for every service, again, because they are platform in nature. So I have to manage them independently. I have to go to that service, manage the access to this service, who to give what access. Okay, whether it should be on the resource level or it should be on the resource group level or on the subscription level. Okay, we have to manage, we have to use different tools for it. It could be the keyword, it could be the um MFA, it could be sorry, that is Identity and Access Management Service, right? Create roles, provide an RBAC, role-based access control, and decide. So again, for every service, because again, it boils down to it being platform in nature. Okay, it all boils down to them being platform oriented. So here it becomes a challenge. Not just that, now once you have integrated the services, lots of storages come into picture, database, storage accounts, okay, Synapse Analytics, all of these services come into picture. And when we talk about an organization, so within the organization, you will be using these services, correct? But how is the data flowing? Which department does this data belong to? Which are they using? What services are they using in order to process their data? So because we know in an enterprise, we have multiple departments. We have the HR, finance, marketing, sales departments. So how are they processing the data? What tools are they using? How do I know? How is the data flowing? We need to create a map. We need to govern the data. We need to see how the data is flowing. Where is it coming from? What are the sources? What are the tools that we are using in order to analyze it? Right? We need to perform those analysis. So for that, again, data governance, there is no common ground. We need to use another tool just to manage the data governance. Monitor the data, apply the policies, adhere to the regulations depending upon the industry. It's a finance domain. Finance has certain regulations, rules that needs to be followed. Are we following them or not? So that analysis, if I have to perform, right, we need to manage data governance. And now since they are all platform as a service, again, we need to use another service just to bring all of them and make sense out of them. Because we are integrating so many services together, okay, we need to again put them into a single platform using the purview service. So here you can see there is no common ground for managing security, managing the compute, no common ground where all the work that we are doing is stored in a container in a single location, that is your workspace. Everything is scattered depending on the service that you have. Okay. It is all saved only or specific to that. Independently, these services are working. The platform needs to be ready for them. Cost is different. We don't know how much, or we need to do the prediction again, spend time in just predicting the cost of that service, right? So it becomes a challenge. So, guys, if you want the recording of the session, we don't provide it individually. For recording, you will have to subscribe to our YouTube channel. So the link is shared in the chat. If it is not, just let me know. I will share it again or I'll tell my teammate to do it again. So please, you will have to subscribe to our YouTube channel in order to receive the recording of the session, of this webinar that is there. Okay. Also, another thing, guys, my colleague Anmay has shared, I'll also share it again. Just give me a minute. Also, my colleague Anmay has shared a course achievement badge URL. Guys, it's like a participation certificate for this training. Okay. So, Anmay, if you are listening, just can you share the badge URL again in the chat? So, please, guys, everyone, go ahead and redeem the badges. It's like a participation certificate for this webinar that we are giving. It's a Microsoft official badge that we are giving. So, please go ahead and redeem the badges so that you can also share these badges on your LinkedIn, Twitter, or Facebook accounts. Okay, so please go ahead. I'll just share the link again. Yeah. So Anmay has done it, guys. Please go ahead and redeem the badges. And you can share this badge on any of your social media platforms. Okay. So over here, now we discuss the challenges, right? These existing data services for data professionals, because you are working as a team. Every team is using different service. It's not necessary that they will be using the same service. For the data estate to come up, there are different services that need to be used. Correct? So here, what happens, because there is no common ground, there's no integration is becoming a challenge, and all these challenges that we listed. Microsoft said, hello, you know what? We don't want people to spend time in uh, integrating, in managing different workspaces, okay, managing the service independently. Thing. Let's take all these services and put it onto a single platform. Let's unify these data services, whether it's a Databricks service, Data Factory service, whether it's Synapse service. Let's integrate all of them and offer these services to our customers on a single platform. Let's do one thing, let's SaaSify. So currently all these services are what? They are platform as a service. So let's do one thing, let's SaaSify them and provide these services to our customers. So that is when the tool Microsoft Fabric comes into picture. So what is Microsoft Fabric? It is nothing but SaaSified data services. It's a platform, it's a unified platform for data analysis. It is a unified platform for data analysis, and it has the SaaSified Azure data services onto its platform. Okay, so what did it do basically? It took these data services, okay, and how Microsoft did it for M365 or Office 365, it has used that concept of M365 or Office 365, okay, and it has applied on these data services. So whenever you work on Microsoft Fabric, you get these data services as SaaS, but you also require a license in order to use this platform. So here you will need to be, that means you need to be a part of an enterprise. Okay, the same concept that M365, where you need to be a part of an enterprise and you require a E5 license, right? You require an E5 license. So that concept has been picked up and it has been applied to these data services. That means you have to be a part of an organization and have a organizational ID in order to use the Fabric service. Okay, if you want to work on the Fabric platform, you will get the data services which are in SaaS in nature. But if you have to use them, you have to be, so it is not being created for everyone, for individual purposes. It's been created for enterprises to develop their data estate and perform an end-to-end analysis for within the organization so that it becomes easy. Integration, implementation is faster compared to the earlier this thing. Okay, so here this is how, if you have to get started with the Fabric service, you require a E5 license. That means you have to have an organizational ID in order to start using the Fabric service. Now, we know why Fabric. We understood the why. Because of these challenges, okay? No, individuals cannot use it. You will have to create a domain name. Okay, you will require a domain name of your organization, and then only you can create or work with the Fabric service. Otherwise, for individuals, you can't. Okay. So you can't use your personal or personal Gmail or Outlook or whatever personal ID you have. You can't use that. Okay. So this is what is basically Microsoft Fabric. So it has taken all these platform data services and SaaSified them. Okay, it has just SaaSified them and it is offering it to you on a single platform, and that single platform is your Fabric service. So this is what basically Fabric is doing. So now we still have a lot to discuss. So what we will do is let's take a break of 20 minutes because I've been talking for roughly an hour, more than an hour. So let's take 20 minutes break, and post the break, we will uh, go ahead and continue, discuss a little bit about the architecture of the Fabric service, get started with the Fabric service, understand what is one link, okay? And getting domain name can, no, not just the domain name. Okay, just the domain name will not get you the license. There is a lot of things that go inside it. So that's what I said. We will be discussing that once we come back from the break. So the architecture, how to use, etc. There are lots of things additional to it, not just having the license, just having the domain name will not do. You will need certain other things in order to use the Fabric service. But the concept, if I have to talk about it in terms of the concept, how it was built, it is similar to your M365. The architecting also is very much similar to your M365 architecting. I'm not that good with it. I've never worked on the M365 solutions. So, but it is almost the architect, I mean, that concept is the same that they have applied, but just think of it on the data services. Okay, they have applied it on top of the data services. Now let's take a break of 20 minutes. And post the break, we will continue with the session. So I'm going on mute and I will start the clock. Once the time ends, we will continue with the session. So see you all after the break. Hello, everyone. I hope you all are back. Please put a yes in the chat box if you all are back. Okay, so let's go ahead. So here we discussed why Microsoft Fabric, what is the purpose behind or the reason behind this service being introduced by Microsoft. So we looked at the challenges that one faces when the in terms of the data services on the Azure platform. Why? Because they are all platform as a service, which is the main challenge. Then integration, managing the workspaces, etc., becomes really difficult for people in within the data team. Right? It becomes very difficult to do that. Okay. So I can't do. I mean, just that these are the challenges that people face, okay, when they have to work with the existing data services. They are platform in nature, so you have to set up the services independently. You have to configure them independently and manage the platform also separately. So every service is independent of each other because the platform is different. So when we manage or when we create the platform with that, the workspace that gets created. Now, what is a workspace? When you work on Data Factory or Databricks, you are creating pipelines or notebooks, correct? So they are managed, they get stored in that workspace only. So again, you're managing them independently. There's no common ground where everything can come in. Integration then becomes a challenge. Depending on what kind of analysis you are doing, you require a compute. If you're doing SQL analysis, you require a SQL compute. If you're doing big data analysis using Python, Scala, one of the programming languages, and you want to um, do the analysis, right? Then you require a different compute. In order to do real-time analysis, also you require a different compute. And without that, you will not get the output. You will not see an output at all. Okay, you will not be able to, whatever activities you perform, you want to see the output, right? So I am sharing my screen. Please let me know if it is not visible. What about the rest? Is my screen visible to you all? So Anil, just check your internet connection once because the screen is visible. So just log into the session again. Just check your internet connection, or if you have a good internet connection, just log into the session again. Just log out and log in again. Then I think it will be better. So you have to create compute also based on what kind of analysis you are doing, what kind of workloads are you managing. Is it a SQL analysis? Whether it's Power BI, so again, creating reports and everything will require different compute. Similarly, if you have to work with um, real-time analysis or do big data analytics, you require different compute based on what kind of analysis are you doing. So it becomes a challenge, and without compute, you will not be able to see the output at all. You will not see, okay, whether the report is the data that is there on the report, the visuals that you create, that will not be displayed. The code that you have written in the notebook, it will not be implemented. It will just be created, but you will not be able to see the output, right? You have to see the output. For that, you require compute. Okay, and once you do create it, you do integrate the services, you do create the compute, etc. But you will have to, what we say, you will have to create them, and whenever you create these services also, the cost that is involved is different for these services. It's not the same. It involves, I mean, Databricks, Synapse, all of them have different costs. They depend on the compute, they depend on the regions where you create the compute. All of that plays a crucial role. Okay, all of that plays a very important role when we talk about in terms of cost. Then even identity, security, because they are all platform independent. There, you have to independently manage the identity, the access, and the security of the data using Key Vault or role-based access control, or use Defender for Cloud, use Sentinel. Okay, all those different tools you will have to use, and you will have to protect the data, protect the identity, and who can access, implement authentication, authorization independently. So that is also a challenge that people face because there's no common ground, right? And even lastly, data governance. You will have to map your data according to the domains, according to how the data, from where the data is coming, what is the source, what kind of tools are you using in order to analyze the data. All that structure, if you have to give, govern the data, how it is moving and etc. Then for that also again, you require a different tool. You will have to create those, set up that service because it's another tool altogether, add on all these existing data services onto it and create a map, classify the data, categorize the data according to your requirement, right? So your, because they are all platform as a service, they work independently. So, and because of that, the main challenge is that integration becomes very difficult, right? So here, Microsoft said, hello, we don't want people to spend time in integrating the services and managing all these or trying to overcome these challenges. We want people to very quickly deploy the services, get ready with their analytical solution so that they don't spend time in doing all of that. So for that, they created a service where they SaaSified all these data services onto a single platform. They used that concept of M365 and that platform that they created where you can do all your analysis that you want to perform, whether it's predictive, diagnostic, descriptive, any analysis that is there, you can use this platform, which is called as the Microsoft Fabric platform. Okay, it is called as the Fabric platform. So over here, when now we understood why Microsoft Fabric, we understood what the Fabric service is doing. Let's quickly understand the architecture. You're not installing all these services, they are on the cloud. You're just getting the platform ready. You're not installing the services onto your local system or something. So there are different. So here you have to just get the service ready. That's it. You're not installing it. When I mean by getting them ready, you are giving the resource group, you're giving the subscription, you're giving it a name, a workspace name. Okay. So here you're not installing, you're just getting the platform ready. That is what is meant by platform as a service. But when you start working on Fabric, you don't even have to do that. You just have to select what you want to work with. You don't have to get the platform ready. It is ready for you. Everything, the infrastructure, physical resources, everything get ready for you. You just have to start working directly on that particular service without worrying about creating the platform. So that is what is basically SaaS. So when you work on M365 also, you don't set up the word application. You don't decide in which region the application needs to be created or, the subscription that you need. What you do, you just go to the application, you open it, and you start typing the data in the word application, or you start typing or creating PPTs, right? Nowhere you are doing anything. You're just creating the, you're just starting that work directly. So the same thing here has been incorporated even in your Fabric service. You have to just, you don't have to worry about the platform getting ready. The platform is already ready. All you have to do is start using those services and start working with your data. Okay. So now, before we go ahead and we see how to use the Fabric service, let's very quickly understand what is the architecture, how does the Fabric service work, how to use the Fabric service, etc. All that knowledge, let's just see. So when you start working, okay, I told you that you have to be a part of an organization. Okay, you need a organizational ID. Like I am a part of Synergetics, so Synergetics has given me an organizational ID, and I can just start using that, and I can work with Fabric is what it means, but that there is a catch to that. Though you have an organizational ID, it doesn't mean that you can start working with the Fabric services or start working with the Fabric service. In order to work with the fabric service, yes, you are a part of the enterprise, but you need an additional permission. You need the authorization in order to use the fabric service. And that authorization or that permission is given to you by your fabric admin. So fabric admin is not a different person. It is the same M365 administrator that you have. Okay, it's that same person. Just what that person has to do is just enable the use of fabric service under your name, under your, it has to add you as a user, as a tenant, which we will see. What is it? Has to give you permission, has to basically, so what does the admin do? So let's say the admin, another job of, or the role of the admin is to purchase something called as a fabric license. So I told you that this has been incorporated, the same concept of M365 has been picked up and it has been applied over here, right? So in M365, you require licenses. It has its own licenses based on which you can use Word, Excel, PowerPoint, all those applications within that service. Correct? So the same thing, like I said, has been incorporated with the data services. And that service that they are calling is Fabric. So if you have to use Fabric and the applications within the Fabric service, you require a Fabric specific license which will enable you to use the fabric service. Okay, which will enable you to use the fabric service or the fabric license. So here, the job of the admin is, of course, to give you permission. That means give you license to use the fabric service. The admin can purchase the license and keep, but it's not necessary that they will allocate access to people for using the fabric service. Okay, that is not, I mean, it's not something that is enabled here. It has to be done through one person. So you can see even the governance that we talk about or the security that we talk about, which is scattered across different services as of now, it is being brought into one, the responsibility has been given only to a single person so that there's not much confusion. Okay, if the data team has to work, only one person out of that will become the admin and manage the control over the fabric service. So here basically when I say, okay, it will give you permission, meaning it will decide the role that I need to give to a person, basically apply R back. And a minimum requirement, if you have to work on the fabric service, is that you need to be a workspace admin. Then only you can work on the fabric service. Start creating workspaces, which I will discuss what it is. Okay, so you have to at least be the admin of the workspace to create. That means you get the permission to use the fabric license. So the admin will purchase the license, and to that license, who will use this license will be decided by the fabric admin. So here, when the fabric admin is doing that, so let's say this is your subscription. So this is your fabric subscription. Now to this fabric subscription, meaning license, how you are using the license. Okay. The admin can decide how to create or how to make use of this subscription. Basically, so like let's say you have a spare flat in some part of another, I mean, in the city, you have a spare flat, you're not staying there, but you have bought this flat and now you want to give this flat to someone on rent. So what does that other person do? Then he becomes a tenant of that flat. What is he doing? He's using your flat, staying there, okay, using the water, the electricity, etc. And in return, what is he doing? He is paying the rent, right? So here also, you have the subscription, and if you want somebody to use that subscription, not of course pay you, the payment will be done by the license itself. Okay, when you purchase the license, you are doing the payment. So here, if you want somebody to use that to cater to your organizational requirement, the analytical requirements that you have. Okay, so if you want somebody to make use of it, you create a tenant. So what is a tenant? A tenant is nothing but an instance of the subscription. So it is on the admin how to create a tenant. So the tenant can be done on an organizational level. It is generally done on the organizational level. That means anyone who belongs to the organization becomes a tenant to the Fabric subscription, provided provided you become a tenant, but provided it's not that now like Anmay and I both are a part of the same enterprise, Synergetics. So it is not, though we have the same organized, we are an organizational tenant. Okay, we have the same domain name. It doesn't mean that Anmay can use the Fabric subscription. Okay, for that he has to be the user. An additional permission needs to be granted. So though we have the same organizational ID. Okay, we are tenant, but to the Fabric subscription, if that has to be done, you have to be given the permission, additional permission needs to be given. That means Anmay can use the M365 services, but he will not be able to use the Fabric service. That is a difference. Okay, so you can be, okay, so here if even if you are a part of this organization, so like at times we know there are different departments, right? And based on the department also you can create, like you will have domain names assigned to you, like finance or HR or sales and etc. So based on those domains also you can give permission to use the Fabric subscription. But let's say you don't want to do that, you want to do it on an organizational tenant. Okay, so it's like a dedicated space. Basically, what does a tenant mean? It's like a dedicated space that you are giving for the organization to create, manage all the Fabric work that you are doing. So it's very much aligned to the concept of Microsoft Entra ID. So it's an Entra ID. Through Entra ID, you can use all the services, right? You need permission, you need the subscription to do that. So it's the same thing over here. So it's like a single instance that you create for your entire organization. And that is what is called as the organizational tenant. So here, the very first term that we are understanding is a tenant. So a tenant is nothing but a dedicated space for organizations to create, manage, and store Fabric work, Fabric content that you create. Okay, so it's like, think of it like a single instance for a Fabric for an organization. Okay, so your the tenant can be the entire organization for which the Fabric is being used to manage, create, and work on the data analysis part. Now, once the organizational tenant is created, who becomes a tenant or who becomes the user of the subscription, that is decided by the Fabric admin. Okay, whether that person can be a tenant. Okay, the organization, the space has been created for the organization, but if they have to use that space, if you have to be the user, that decision is taken by the Fabric admin. And how does it do it? It will assign roles to people based on which they can go ahead and use the Fabric service. Now, so the second responsibility that I told you that the Fabric admin does is he purchases license. Now, what does that license do? So first thing is it is like a permission to use, like you can use like how M365, if you have to use the Word, all these applications, you need a license, E5 license, E3, or you have, I think, P1, P2. I'm not that good with it, but there are licenses that you purchase based on which you can do certain or you get certain services. So here also, if you have to use the Fabric service, all these data services that we discussed, so for that, you require a Fabric license. Who purchases that license? It is your enterprise. So when you purchase the license, okay, that means what you are doing basically is you are purchasing something called as the capacity. Now, what is the capacity? Capacity is nothing but the compute that we discussed, right? We discussed capacity, we discussed compute. Why do we need compute? That also we discussed. So how is it purchased? How is it aligned? It is aligned with the license that you purchase. So when you purchase a license, you're basically purchasing the capacity in order to use or work with the Fabric service. So a capacity is nothing but a dedicated set of resources, okay, that you use. So every tenant can be allocated multiple capacities or a single capacity. That depends on the admin again. Okay, it is on the admin how the capacity has to be distributed. So let's say the admin has purchased multiple capacities. So it can go something like this also. It can create a capacity for the domains for the department. So it could be something like this, where you have a marketing capacity. Likewise, you can also have like a sales capacity. Okay, so your capacity can be multiple capacities, or let's say only a single capacity is purchased within the, I mean, when you purchase the license, a single capacity is purchased. Because when we talk about capacity, okay, in the Fabric service, Fabric offers capacities in the form of SKUs or through SKUs. What is SKUs? Stock keeping units. So Fabric offers capacity through SKUs and trials. This is how it does. So here, when you purchase a capacity, you are purchasing one of the SKU, one of the stock keeping units. So here the stock keeping units are kept like this. It goes from F2 to F1, no, not 1024, but 2048. These are the SKUs that are there. So here the capacity or the license in Fabric is of three types. There are three licenses that are offered when you work on the Fabric license. So the first license is called as Fabric Free. I would say Microsoft Fabric Free or Fabric Free, which is a free trial capacity that they give, which has been stopped as of now. Okay, because it became very expensive for Microsoft to just give free capacities, trial capacities. It became very cost intensive for them. So this trial capacity, that free license that we talk about, okay, is no longer available for new people who are joining in the or want to use Fabric. That they are still trying to work around, give cheaper options to people to use. So this trial capacity that was offered, so as the name says, free, it was available for 60 days. Okay, it was available for 60 days. That is 2 months, after which you had to purchase a paid license, a paid capacity. So so if you have to go for a paid option, there are two ways in which you can do it. One is called as the pay as you go license, which is similar to your Fabric, as your license, as your pay as you go model. So what does it do? You purchase a capacity. Okay, it could be any SKU, and out of that, you've already paid for it. Out of that, like how it has a billing boundary, a subscription, out of which it will start deducting. So it's the same concept here. So you purchase a SKU, you pay for that SKU already, and whatever is your billing, this thing, out of that, it will start deducting the money for the item, for the work that you do on fabric. So that is what basically the pay as you go model is doing. Okay. The third license that you can use is called as capacity reservation. So mean you reserve a capacity, you reserve a SKU. So there will be lots of SKUs that will be offered in this license. You decide which SKU you want. So SKU meaning here, how is it done? Basically, when we talk about SKUs, so when I said okay, SKUs are offered from F2 to F2048, that means it is going to measure the capacity in terms of capacity units, or we also call it as CUs. Okay, this is how it is measured. It is measured in terms of capacity units. So with every SKU, you get CUs attached. So if you talk about F2, so F2 will have like two CUs, and those two CUs then will be further divided as memory, as cores, V cores that you require, the processing units that you require, it will be divided in that way. So higher the SKU, you will have to pay that much and purchase it. Of course, it will be expensive. It's not that it's going to be cheap also. Okay, so you pay for the SKU. So if you go for a pay-as-you-go license, in that you will get the option to select the SKU that you want, and you pay for the equivalent SKU that is there. That you will have to decide. So like ideally, if you have to decide how many, when we talk about how much or which SKU or whatever you require. So let's say you have some 40 GB of data that you are processing, right? Now, let's say you are processing some 40 GB of the data. So it is always advisable that when you, because you have to handle, it's a large data that you are going to handle. So if you have to purchase memory or the SKU equivalent to it, you will have to always purchase memory, which is always double of your data. It has to always be memory has to be two times. So here, if your data size is itself 40 GB, that means you will require a minimum memory of 80 GB. So you have to then see. So there's a list. We in this particular certification, we don't discuss about the queues and the memory and etc. You can just go online and you can just search. There is a chart like 1 lake storage and everything it is called as. So we will see 1 lake also. You will have to just go and do the R&D about this. So you will come to know that with every SKU, how much memory is there. Okay, and you can just purchase that equivalent SKU. But always remember, it will depend upon the size of the data that you have. If it is a 40 GB or if it's 50 GB of that's the data size is that this much memory that you have that you will require has to be two times your data. That means you will have to purchase a SKU which will have 2x times the data memory. The memory size has to be 2x the time, 2x the size of your data. Okay. So just keep that. That is what is the ratio. That is what they talk about. But otherwise, in this certification or anything, nobody will ask you about the SKUs or anything that you have to purchase. But there's a, like, if you go online and you search for the fabric SKU or the licenses, you will get that information. But this is how you determine. Okay, you don't determine it based on the cores, you determine it based on the memory, and then whatever equivalent cores you get, you have to use that because they will be created based on the data that you have, right? So this is how you determine. So here you have these three licenses. You purchase any of these licenses, that means you purchase the SKU. Okay. So if you go for a pay as you go model, it means it will immediately pay, you will pay for that particular fabric content that you have created, you will immediately pay, the money will be deducted. So that is what is pay as you go. And capacity reservation is that you can reserve any capacity of your choice. It is totally up to you. So you can decide what kind of SKU you want, you can reserve it and you keep it. And the minute you go ahead and use it, so it will switch to a pay as you go model. That is a pay as you go license, and it will start deducting the cost then. But you will get it at a discounted rate. Why? Because you've reserved that instance and you have kept it. So you will get some discount when you start using this particular service. Okay, so this is what are the licenses, and every license is mapped to the capacity. Okay, so you get a SKU depending on which license you purchase. Now, once you have decided the capacity has been allocated, okay, it could be a single capacity, it could be multiple capacities, but who does that job? Who is going to purchase it is going to be the admin, the fabric admin, and not you. Okay. So now over here, instead of going capacity wise, or let's say you have a single capacity and you still want to give some structure, okay, to the fabric subscription. You want to make it more organized. You want to logically group things, because now when you go ahead and you work on the capacity, so the third term I'll explain later. For that, we will have to understand this term, that is the workspace. So here, when our capacity is allocated to you and you have the permission that is of a workspace admin, that means you can go ahead and create the workspace. Okay, you have the permission to create a workspace where actually the work is being done, where you're actually working on the fabric service, you're using the fabric service, okay, you're building things, you're developing things. This is where you are doing the workspace, which earlier was being done independently. Here you get it as a single workspace. So here, this is where you are working all the things that come together, where I told you there is no common ground. Workspaces, there are so many workspaces that get created because you have your, because these services are platform as a service. So here, instead of having different workspaces, a single, I mean, depending on the capacity, then within that, you can just, if you have further, I mean, in marketing, if you have further division of the team, okay, so based on that, you can create the workspace. So what is a workspace? Basically, it's nothing but a collection of items. What is items? I'll tell you all shortly. That brings together different functionality. Okay. So that in a single tenant, it is provided. Now, so here in the marketing capacity, you can have workspaces that you create. So it could change depending upon the department. So let's say here you have a product workspace. So you can definitely create one. Because this is a marketing workspace, so it could be like you're managing people, customers. So here you could have a customer workspace which only deals with that, okay, where all the work that you have to do with people, managing customers and etc. So you can have like a workspace created here. Then you have the, in sales, you can have like, you have B2B, B2C sales that you all do. So it could be for enterprises. or it could be direct sales. Okay, it could be a direct, like B2C direct sales that you are doing. I'm sorry, I'm not that good with sales or marketing or anything. Just giving you all examples here. Okay, so you could create capacity, and within the capacity, you can create workspaces where all the items related to that work that you have done. Items, I'll tell you all what it is stored. It's like a logical container. Okay, it's nothing but a way of grouping things, a logical container. Okay, so that is what is basically a workspace. Now, if you want to further have a way, I mean, you want to make things easier further. Okay, you want to bring structure more, make things more accessible within your Fabric subscription. Okay, so you can also group these workspaces into a single, or you can group them together, and that is called as a domain. So instead of going capacity level wise, let's say you have a single capacity, and within that same capacity has to be used by sales team, marketing team, etc. And you want it to be managed easily. You want an easier access, you want easier management. So for that, you can use a domain. So what is a domain? Domain is nothing but a logical grouping of the workspaces. So instead of having different capacities depending upon the different teams, you can just have a single capacity, and you can, okay, you can have a single capacity, and then you can create workspaces. And with those workspaces that you create, like you can have a product workspace, people workspace, but all will be mapped to what? Will be mapped to the, okay, it will all be mapped to the marketing domain. Okay, so you can create like domains of sales, marketing, HR, etc. through the Fabric subscription. So this is how, but these all decisions we don't take naturally. It is all taken care by the Fabric admin. The Fabric admin is responsible to do that. It's not in our hand, unfortunately. It is in the hands of the Fabric admin. Okay, so this is the third term. Okay, so here when you have a domain created, it becomes easy to access. Okay, it becomes I mean, the right people get the access to the right workspaces. So it becomes much more easy to manage the my Fabric tenants. Okay, sorry, the tenant that you have. Okay, for the organization, it makes more sense. Organizing the workspaces becomes easy when you have the domain. So now over here, it's a logical grouping of workspaces. That is what basically is a domain. So you create like a sales domain, you create like a marketing domain, etc. Another for finance. And within that, then you have the workspaces, okay, that you create. Now, when you work with the Fabric portal or you work with Fabric, you need the content that you create, okay, the content that you basically put in the workspace, basically what you are grouping or what you are bringing together are nothing but the building blocks of Fabric. So when I say that, okay, you want to work with pipelines, you want to work with notebooks, what are they? They are nothing but the building blocks of your Fabric service. Okay, they are the building blocks of the Fabric service. So what is an item? An item is nothing but the object that you are creating. That is your data warehouse, that is your pipelines, it's the report. Okay, it's a Power BI report or a dashboard that you create. That is termed as an item. So what you're basically creating, okay, it is, so a Fabric admin is mostly similar to your M365 administrator. So when you join the enterprise, right, somebody allocates an email ID to you, an organizational ID for official communication. So who allocates that? It is the M365 administrator. will create a tenant to that license. You become a tenant. Sorry, a tenant is already created. You become the user. Okay. So who is doing that? The fabric, sorry, the administrator. The same thing is being incorporated even on the fabric service. So think of fabric admin as your M365 administrator. As simple as that. Okay. So what is an item? An item is uh, nothing but the building blocks, okay, of the fabric service. So when you say you're working on fabric, basically you're creating a fabric item. Okay, you are creating a fabric item. So that is what is termed as item. So when you create reports, pipelines, dashboards, etc., they are termed as items. So building blocks of fabric, they are the objects. Okay, so this is what is the terms that are there. Okay, you need to know the terms on the fabric sub portal. When you work on fabric, so first thing is you have to have an organizational ID. You have to have a tenant created. You have to be given permission within that tenant to use the fabric subscription, that is the license. Then you get a capacity allocated. A minimum role of a workspace admin is given, okay, to you. You need to use that, and then you can go ahead and create the workspace, and within the workspace you can go and create the fabric items. Now more on the fabric admin role. So the fabric admin is, like I said, does all of these operations. Another thing that the fabric admin manages, okay, is monitors, troubleshoots the capacities, workspaces that you have created. So the admin is responsible to take care or monitor, see which workspace requires more capacity, whether scalability is required or not. Okay, how many workspaces have been created by that particular tenant within, I mean, not tenant, by the user, the permission, the workspace admin. How many workspaces have been created? All that monitoring, troubleshooting, okay, decisions whether scalability should be auto scaled or manually scaled, all those decisions, if the admin, if somebody has to take, it is the admin. If a particular workspace requires more capacity, who will allocate you capacity? It is the decision taken by the admin. So this is what is the role, another role, or the another responsibility that the fabric admin performs. The next role that the fabric admin performs is customization and configuration. Now, what does this mean? So nowadays we know that OpenAI, the GPT models or data agents or Copilot, okay, all these things have become very popular, right? All of them have become like have gained a lot of popularity in 3 years, right? And we know that Microsoft has its own GPT model, that is the Copilot, which helps you generate a lot of material, whether it's, I mean, there's a lot of copilots. There's Copilot for GitHub, there's Copilot for M365, there's Copilot for Power Platform also, Power BI also, there's a Copilot now. So you can see everywhere, Microsoft, even in your Edge browser, you have a Copilot that is being installed. Everywhere, a Copilot or even Azure OpenAI, okay, or AI, so or data agents if you have to create, okay, it has been incorporated, right? It has been incorporated. So if you have to make use of these additional tools, let's say you have created a pipeline, but you want to see how can I improve the pipeline? You want to take use of AI. You want to make use of AI. You want to use Copilot. You want to build reports from scratch using Copilot. You don't want to create them. So if you have to enable that feature, you have to use that. You have to configure that. Unfortunately, you can't do it. You become a tenant. You can create, you become a workspace admin, you create workspaces, you work on it, but you can't create a, I mean, you can't work on Copilot until and unless you get the permission from your admin. So the admin has to give you permission in order to use any additional services on the Fabric portal. Okay. So this is the next job that the Fabric admin does. And the last job of the Fabric admin is, of course, to not just security, but also data governance. Okay. The admin will decide in which region, because ultimately everything is going to be done on the cloud. Okay. Cloud is being involved over here. So it will take the decision as to how or where these items that you create, which we will see. So in the next stuff after the lunch break, like I said, we will be working on the demo. So that means what we will be doing, we will just be creating items. We are working on items. So these items need to be stored somewhere, need to be deployed somewhere. So ultimately it is going to be done on some cloud service, right? Which region is it going to be done? Are we following the strategies or not? Whether the content that we have created, is it promoted? Is it certified? Those decisions, if I have to take, or if somebody has to take, it is the admin. So the admin, as you can see, is somebody who takes majority of the role of the Fabric portal. The entire responsibility of managing that lies on the administrator. Okay, it lies on the administrator. So if the admin can do customizations, can do data, manages data governance, all the monitoring optimization. Okay. And of course, manages access, gives access to who can use. Basically, a role-based access is done to use the Fabric portal. Now, if the admin has to perform these tasks, he will use or she will use certain tools. So, what are the tools? The tools are like they can use something called as the admin portal, which is like a web UI given to the admin, where they can manage the administrative part of the Fabric. Okay, so they can use the Fabric admin portal, or you can also call it as the admin portal. The other tool that the Fabric admin can use is write PowerShell commands. Use the PowerShell command line interface and can execute all of the administration. Okay, manage the Fabric administration. You can also use some APIs and SDKs to create or manage the configuration or the Fabric administration. Another tool that the Fabric admin can use is the admin monitoring workspace. Okay, so this is what the admin can use and manage the administration of the Fabric service. And then, like I said, security is in the hands of the admin. So who can use the license, the users, you create the tenant for the organization, but you have to map the users to it. So who gets the right permission, like I said, who can use the Fabric service? All those decisions are taken by the Fabric admin. So the Fabric admin also manages the data governance by certifying certain data. Okay, can certify, promote, okay, all those things. The promotion we can do, but if you want to get you want a content to be certified, that certification is done by the Fabric admin. The Fabric admin can also endorse certain items, certain features in the Fabric service. Okay, so that your trust is built on the data. Okay, and unknowingly you just don't use anything. If it is, we know that or any food product that we buy, right, it has some certificates or some standards that it has passed. So once they get that, you can trust on that particular product, right? So same thing, if the admin endorses and certifies, we know it will have more value. Okay, so that if the admin has to do, can do it, manage the governance in this manner. Okay, so this is how the Fabric portal works. Now, let's go ahead and create a workspace, see how to create a workspace, how to log into the Fabric service. Let's just understand that. So if I have to work with the Fabric service, so if I have to create the Fabric service, okay, we need to use the URL. Okay, there is a URL that is mapped, which is called as the app.fabric. app.fabric.microsoft.com. So you have to log into this, okay, and using this, you can work with the Fabric. So you, of course, you need permission. So once you get all of that, you get a capacity, you become a workspace admin, you can go ahead and work on the Fabric portal. So here, let's go ahead and see how to do that. So I'm going to the browser and I will just enter this URL. So if you see, when you log in, right, you can see that you require an organizational ID to do that. So here I'll just go ahead and enter my organizational ID because I've been given permission by my admin to use the Fabric portal. I have a capacity that has been allocated. So now this is your Fabric portal. This is how the portal looks like. Okay, so over here, we can now go ahead and create a Fabric workspace. Okay, so how to do that? So if you see, I've been given a capacity, I have been allocated a capacity, so I can go ahead now and create a workspace. So for that, I will come on the left hand side corner and sorry, left hand side, not the corner, but left hand side, and click on the workspaces tab. Come to this. So here, if you see, by default, I have a workspace which with the name My Workspace already created. Okay, it's a default workspace that you get. So let's say at times you want to keep things private or personal, you don't want to share it with anyone, right? You don't want to make, share and collaborate with your teammates as of yet. You just want to keep it for yourself. You want a personal space. Like, let's say you go to the office and you have your own personal cubicle or a personal cabin allocated to you to work. So, and you don't share that with anyone. It's something that is personal to you. So here also, when you create items or anything or you work on fabric, you want a dedicated space for yourself. So that has been by default given, which is your My Workspace. It's a private personal, so you can't share this workspace or collaborate with anyone over here. Okay. So now we now need to share the workspace. We need to collaborate with people. Correct. So for that, we need to create a workspace. So this is my personal workspace. So I can't share it with anyone. But what if I have to share it? I need to create a workspace accordingly. So here I'll just click on new workspace. I'll create one. And to this workspace, I've already been assigned a license. So here you can see I have the trial fabric license. So now what has Microsoft actually done is that they have incorporated this fabric service into the existing Power BI service. Okay, they have done that. They have just incorporated that service into this particular service here. So what are they doing basically is if you have, let's say, a Power BI license, it could be a pro or a premium per user license, a PPU license. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's not going to matter at all. Why? Because uh, if you have to work on Power BI, okay, only on Power BI, then you would require a Power BI license, and also you can use the Fabric license and you can work. But let's say you want to do a reverse. That means you want to use one of the Power BI licenses and you want to do a Fabric or you want to create a Fabric content. Okay, so that is not possible. Now, what do I mean by this? Let me just let me just create a workspace here. So this is a Fabric workspace that we have created. And can you see there's a diamond symbol here? So this diamond symbol indicates that this workspace is capable of creating Fabric content. You can work with Fabric specific items. Okay. But like I said, this has been incorporated in the Power BI service itself. Right. So over here, let's say I create another workspace. And to this, I will use one of the Power BI licenses. So I'll go with PPU. I have that. I'll just click on apply. And you can see a workspace is created even over here. But what license am I using? I'm using a Power BI license. But if I want to work with Fabric, okay, let's say I go ahead and create an item. Let's say a data pipeline. Can you see it is giving me a warning? It is not actually, it's not an error as such, but it is saying that if you want to work with Fabric items, Fabric specific items like pipelines, notebooks, lake houses, warehouses. Okay, for that you will require a Fabric license. You can't use the Power BI license. You can't make use of the Power BI license. The reverse is possible. That means if you work on a Power BI content in your Fabric using your Fabric license, that is possible. But if you are using a Power BI license, it could be a Pro or a PPU license. You can't create any Fabric content. Just keep that in mind. That is very important. So here you can work on the Fabric workspace and use the Power BI content. But if you want to do a reverse, that is not possible. Okay, that is not possible. You will require a Fabric specific license or a SKU. Okay, so this is how you can create a workspace in Microsoft Fabric. Now we discussed, so guys, just 15-20 minutes more. I just want to complete one concept and then we will take a lunch break of 1 hour. And after that, we will continue with the session. Okay. We will continue with the training. So let's just 15-20 more minutes. One concept I have to complete. And then after that, we will take a lunch break. So over here, we saw what Fabric did. Just a second, guys. I'm just sipping some water and then we will continue. Yeah. So over here, when we discussed about Fabric, we understood why Fabric, what is the Fabric service exactly doing, right? Another challenge that Microsoft saw is how to manage the data then. Like when we discussed about the storage, right? People are using different storages to store their data. The type of the data that is being managed is different, right? It could be a structured data, it could be semi-structured. The processing that is being done is also different compared to the, uh, yeah, I mean, it's different. right? So for example, let's say we are working in an enterprise, right? And I told you when we work in an enterprise, we have different departments. So let's say we have a sales department, we have a marketing department, we have the HR department, and then we have so many departments we have. I'm just listing down some of them. We have the finance department. Now, every department here is managing their own data, right? Is managing their own data. And let's say they are doing it in a data lake. Okay. They are using data lake to manage that data. So here, this is a data lake of the sales department. Marketing team has its own data lake. Okay, this is their own data lake that they are managing. Likewise, even the HR team has its own data lake that they are managing. So we know you can see that we have so many teams and everyone is managing their own data lakes. Okay, wherein they're loading their own files, they're sharing, they're loading the data respective to their departments. Now let's say these departments want to share data, collaborate with each other. Because we all know that marketing and sales department, they kind of go hand in hand, right? They go hand in hand. The how much you market the product, the sales of that product is decided. And reverse, like how much you have done the sales, you decide your marketing strategies that are evolved, right? So here also, let's say they want to share the data. Now, what is happening when they have to share the data, or let's say sales team has to share the data with the marketing team? So what happens over here? So the sales team will have to create a copy of a file and share that file with the marketing team on their data lake. Correct? They will have to do that on their data lake. Correct? So here also, now let's say the marketing team has to share the data with the sales team. So what they will do, they will share the data, create a copy of that file and share it with the sales team on the sales data lake. Likewise, sales has to share the data with the finance team or with the HR team, etc. So what happens here? With whoever they want to share the data, they will have to create a copy and then share that copy with the respective on top of their respective data lake. So here it becomes a problem. It leads to a problem which is called as data silos. Now, what is data silos? Data silos is nothing but independent data storages being maintained. Okay, so it's a problem which is called as data silos where every team is maintaining their own data lake, right? The data being stored is in a single location. It's not, it's that is being in a single place. It's being independently managed again. There's no common ground even for the data. Now, why is that happening? So if you have to share or collaborate with anyone, so what will happen? You have to create a copy and then you have to share that data on their data lake. Because again, data is being independently stored, managed in a different data lake. So it becomes a problem. Data silos are a problem. So over here, Microsoft said, hello, we don't want people to even share and collaborate, create a copy of the data. If they want to share and collaborate, let's even make that process easy. Let's even change that. Let's make it easy, make it more smooth for people within the organization so that they don't have to create multiple copies of the data in order to share it with the between departments, between domains. They don't have to create a copy and share it. So over here comes a very important concept, which is called as the one lake. So what is a one lake? One lake is nothing but like a repository, a single storage that is offered to people when they start using the fabric service. So when you are a tenant, okay, you become, so with every tenant, you get this one lake. Okay, so what is a one lake? So one lake is nothing but a single storage for your data. It will maintain a single copy of the data. So minute you load the data, okay, using one of the internal sources of the Microsoft Fabric service, only a single copy of that data will be maintained. And where will it be stored? It will be stored in the one lake. So as the name says, one lake, that means the architecture here is a lake-centric architecture. Okay, it's a lake-centric architecture that is being performed. So here, that means it basically the one lake is built. It is basically built on top of the Azure Data Lake Gen 2 storage account. So basically, it's like a data lake only that is being created, but just a unified data lake. You can think of it as a single unified storage for your data. So we all might have somewhere down the line worked with OneDrive, right? We use OneDrive. What does OneDrive do? It helps you maintain all the files or the documents that you have in a single location on cloud, right? When you become a tenant, like I am a tenant of the M365 license, E5 license, so I get a OneDrive created where I can upload all the data to it, right? I can upload all the data to that OneDrive or automatically it gets loaded the minute I load anything on the cloud. So the same thing is done for your data in the Fabric service. So whatever is the OneDrive, if you worked on OneDrive, so OneLake is the same but for your data. Okay, so it's like OneDrive but for data. Okay, so here now because you have a single copy being maintained over here, okay, you can now sharing becomes easy, collaboration becomes easy. You don't end up making multiple copies. Even now, data governance, if I have to apply, it becomes easy. Why? Because your data, instead of being stored in different data lakes, being managed in different data lakes, it is coming to a single location. And that single location is your one lake. Okay, it is your one lake. So now over here, when you have to load the data into the one lake, there are certain storages or certain ways in which you can load the data. So I told you that data we discussed is not of one type. It's not coming from one source. There are multiple types of data or sources from where data is coming in. So let's say you have semi-structured or unstructured data that is coming in, right? So if you have that data and you want to load the data into the one lake, so for that, you will be using the lake house. So when you have semi-structured or you're working with semi-structured or unstructured data, basically, if one lake is nothing but built, like I said, on top of the data lake itself. So this is what is basically, okay, it basically helps you if you want to work with semi-structured or unstructured data. Okay. Then if you have to work with that, you can use the lakehouse to do it. So let's say you have data in the form of files. Okay. If you are working with files, you're working with a file format. It could be structured, unstructured, semi-structured. Okay. I mean, but it has to be a file. Structured meaning CSV files if you want to work with. You can definitely use the lakehouse to load the data into the one lake. Okay, so one lakehouse is the internal storage which uses the Spark engine. Okay, it makes use of the Spark engine to help you analyze the data in the lakehouse. And ultimately, all this data, where will it be stored? So whatever you load into the lakehouse, it is going to be available to you the one lake. So basically, the storage, the single storage is your one lake. You're using lakehouse, but where is it going to be stored as a single copy is going to be your one lake. Now, if you want to work with structured data, you can create a warehouse. So basically, if you're working with structured data, so it uses a SQL engine. So basically tables, relational tables. I want to say if you want to work with relational tables, so it uses the SQL engine to manage and perform the analysis. But everything, again, it will be stored where? In a single location, in a single repository, and that is your one lake. Okay. Now, if you want to work with semantic model with Power BI, okay, that also you can work over here. Okay. So here you can also work with the semantic model. So ultimately, when you do work with the semantic model, all that is going to be saved in your one lake. So you can create a semantic model also over here, or you can work with the streaming data that we discussed. So you can also create a source for it to work with streaming data, which is called as the event house, wherein you can work with streaming data. Streaming data could be structured, unstructured, doesn't matter. But if you want to work with streaming data, this is where you do it. Okay. So this is what is basically one lake, and this is how you create the, or this is when you work with one lake. These are the components that you use within the one lake to store your data. So if you want to store your data and you want a single copy of that data, that is going to be stored in one lake. So you could work with semi-structured, unstructured, structured data, whatever source you use to store the data. Ultimately, a single copy is going to be maintained in your one lake. So if you want to see all the data, okay, you might be using different workspaces to create lake houses, and into that lake houses, you might be, loading the data, but only a single copy of that data is going to be maintained. So over here, if I come to my workspace and I come to this one lake catalog, so this catalog will talk about all the data that you have loaded. So can you see here? You have created lake houses, you have created warehouses, all that data. If I want to see where is it stored, so of course you can see the location, that is the workspace where it was created, but ultimately a single copy is being maintained. And where is that being done? In your one lake. Okay, so this is what basically one lake has been created. This is how the data is being managed in the Fabric service. And whenever you become a tenant, with every tenant, so you get with every tenant, one lake is available, is applied. Okay, it is something that is given to the tenant. So as soon as you become a tenant of the Fabric subscription of the Fabric portal, you have the root directory that we talk about. Okay, you get the one lake by default. Every tenant gets a single one lake applied to it. Okay, so this is what is basically the one lake. So now what we're going to do, let's take a break of 1 hour. We'll take a lunch break. And after that, we are going to see how to work with a lake house, how to work with a warehouse, how to load the data into these storages, how is it, what kind of analysis you can do with the one lake or and the warehouse, create a custom semantic model, create a semantic model here, basically, and we will then go ahead and look at some of the, go and understand the DP600 in more depth. So the next part after the break is going to be more demo based rather than more theoretical concepts, like I said. So the theory part, some of it is over, some of it is remaining just 10-15 minutes more. So I don't want to drag it now. We'll take a break rather. And then after that, we will continue with the session. So here I will start the clock for 1 hour and I will see you all after the break. So it's
Just a
almost
small
one.
announcement, ma'am.
Yeah, go
Guys,
ahead.
please redeem your badges because the Microsoft link will expire in few days. And also, you need to showcase that in your Microsoft Learning account, like Microsoft Learning journey, that you have attended this session. So please do it at the earliest. It would be great.
So guys, please go ahead and redeem the badges. It is very important. It's like I said, it's a participation certificate that we are giving. So please go ahead and ensure that you redeem it as soon as possible. It will expire in a few days. So please, just a request immediately. The steps have been given. You just have to follow those steps and you have to redeem the badges. So if possible, please share the screenshot with us in the chat. Okay, where if possible. Otherwise, even if you don't do it, it's okay. Please, but ensure that you redeem the badges. Just a request to everyone. So if you want to see this recording, guys, you will have to subscribe to our YouTube channel. So Anmay will share the link of the YouTube channel to which you can subscribe. And like I said, again, I'm repeating, you're not going to get any subscription to perform the demos, okay, in this session. So we are not giving any subscription. It's a webinar. We are not giving any subscription to do that. So now let's go ahead and take a break. And I will see you all after the break.